Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations. Last time we managed to do the first case and well, I'm guessing it's probably about the halfway point through case number 2 with Edgeworth finding himself in the middle of another murder on a plane. Once again being accused, of course. I'm sure he has some experience with that. I think... Is that the third time he's technically been accused? First time he was arrested. Second time he was... It was considered. And then now he's like being, I don't know, I guess essentially arrested. As arrested as one can get, being held by the captain and crew of a plane, I guess. Before we get started, one thing I noticed here on the title screen, why we're starting here, is... I guess the title screen changes depending on what case you're on, which is kind of cool. I don't know if it gets more granular than that, but that's a pretty neat touch. I wonder if there's any special title screens for the first case. I don't think we're going to get to see a whole lot of these, unfortunately, because I'm sure we'll be, I mean, we're going to be jumping around a lot between parts, so it's not really going to be feasible to show all these off, unfortunately, especially if there's like a whole bunch of them, but that's still pretty neat. I like that the title screen changes. Curious if the Apollo and Great Ace Attorney collections do something similar. They seem very similar in quality and effort compared to like the original trilogy, so I'd imagine there probably is something. But it looks like we have now arrived at the airport with the murder still unsolved. So I wonder how this is going to be handled, because I mean, are they going to keep the entire all the passengers captive, or I guess like withholded for questioning while the police arrive? I would imagine that's probably the way it would go. Hey Jack, how's it going? Say that Edgeworth's reputation is in free fall. See, that would be pretty good. See, if I was a smarter man, I might have even come up with that for the title. I know that once we had landed, still supposed to let the local police take over. But thanks to Miss Tenedo and the Miss Melee, I was able to preserve the crime scene. I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenedo in private. So I'm left wondering just what she was up to. Why did she do what she did? So for those that forget, Miss Tenedo originally was our chaperone on the plane. Apparently she went to go get permission from the captain and was successful. But then it turns out she never actually talked to the cabin, or to the captain. But she still pretended that she did. So something's definitely up with that. Makes her way more suspicious. We also had the guy from, I don't know what fake country they came up with, somewhere, who is super suspicious and is likely the killer. But I mean, again, there's some, everyone's being suspicious here on this plane. There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. Who made it? Oh, it's Franziska. That's right. So this would have been, since this took place shortly after Game 3, this would have been, I think, yeah, this would have been shortly Game 3. So is this a, yeah, because I think he said he was leaving again or something, wasn't he? But it was like on better terms this time. And then Franziska, I guess, was waiting for him to come back. Franziska, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I am needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught. Oh, don't tell me she's actually gonna believe that he's in trouble. Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought to see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? I guess she wasn't here for Game 1, so... No, you know what, that checks out. I'm pretty sure she wasn't, because I think they mentioned that she was still in Germany at the time. Maybe we'll just leave it at that. Let's not mention what happened back then. Wait, it's all been big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding. I had heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I had investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way. The fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. I mean, he did kind of just get back. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! Too slow! Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up. Understand? Mr. Edgeworth? I'm supposed to guard him. A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you. One of Miss Meal's favorite Smash game is probably Brawl. She's probably a Project M player. You know how weird those people get. Yeah, revenge for, I guess showing her up during Game 3 is what I can imagine. I think that's what I believe it. So I guess she wasn't ever... Was she never told about what happened at the end of Game 1? Because I thought that was like the whole reason she came down was because Edgeworth left. Was she not told why Edgeworth left? And why he just like abandoned his job during Game 2? I don't remember exactly what the wording was during that. So, how is the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh? How so? I rushed over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. But somehow, when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking orders at everyone. It was kinda creepy. As though she knew there had been a murder or something. Then it come in advance to await your flight's arrival. Well, she got a report from the captain. So I guess that doesn't sound too impossible? That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly, and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. This one comment just kinda popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details. It's kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I thought the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Guess it's high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Where are those people anyways? Were these people also on the plane? This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. I'm excited to see this many planes too. Just look at the size of these things. Do you like planes too, mister? Balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh? Seems this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect. Oh, but I got a thing for the shape of the wings too. Yeah, mister, you can stand next to me. It's about that plane's wing. Thank you, detective, for leaving me out of this conversation. Is that how I think it is? Looking from behind. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. In Soviet Russia, red flags lunchboxes eat you! Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta get him some water.
found it. Wow. Oh, I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 alls. My next Leap movie, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai Warrior of New Old Tokyo versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock so many boxes.
Yeah. Good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. Completely ignoring me as usual. Wait, didn't he already get a movie? Or were they planning a movie and it got cancelled because of, you know, stuff? This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. This life vest is proof I made it alive. It's now my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least. What, didn't he pay for it? Like, did we just forget how they were charging money for life vests instead of providing them for free? Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's got it big enough to warrant its own branch shops. Oh, I've always wanted to give their steak lunch a try. Which one should I go with?
I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags.
You really want that one that badly, Detective? Why don't you go ahead and buy one? Is that the case, sir? Thanks. Alright, I'm really gonna get one. Here I go. Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please. Hope he's aware that that's the most expensive one on the menu. I hope he's aware that he's gonna be paying for it and not, Edgeworth. Can we go this way? No. I guess we're going back on the plane. I'm sure she won't mind after telling us not to go on the plane. That we're going back on the plane.
So, you must be the captain.
Why, yes I am. And who might you be?
I am the Deputy Prosecutor Franziska von Karma. I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. I'll never forgive you if you do.
What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person. So you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know of anything of use. Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to the Franziska and her whip. The Edgeworth knows what's up. I like that the kid never finished his meal. Like, that steak is still there. Sorry. I'm sorry.
How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal. I told you.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend.
Alright, I'll tell him. Sir, you can't go in there. I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through.
I don't think he is.
I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter without Miss Von Karma's express permission. But I'm on the case. Yes, I understand that, but I also have explicit instructions not to let you through for Miss Von Karma. Why would you do this to me, Franziska? Did you finish taking his statement yet? Yep, well done, sir.
I do not concern if you have not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay.
Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small.
From film customs to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts.
Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat kind of looks like that other piece of cloth. Do we show it to him? Where is that thing? Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me?
Oh, it's a Virginian cloth.
As I suspected. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose?
Yes, of course. His fabric is so famous, orders come from all over the seas for more.
World-famous export of Virginia. Its beautiful parent has been soiled by blood. And this is the cargo you were talking about earlier?
No, no, no. My cargo this time is much, much, very gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved?
You can get the cargo back when we're done investigating, pal.
The stubbornness of you police. It is no good. And it is no good that attendant refuses to the attendant's room too.
That attendant? What if he's talking about Miss Tornado? What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into the attendant's room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time?
Yes, Edgeworth. You were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tornado. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room?
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth.
Alright. Gotta beat the boss to get in the room, I get it.
Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in the very lounge the body. In this very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This, unmistakably, makes you the likeliest suspect.
The likeliest suspect, Franziska.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend?
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic fast. I mean, we kind of already went through this with the attendants earlier, so this shouldn't be too bad. She's saying the exact same thing that Tornado said back when we first met her. Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit?
I like my affairs to be simple and perfect.
Is that how you also like your men?
I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes.
Hey, you say that like you're cooking a pack of instant noodles. Ow!
I won't even allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence.
I see she hasn't changed a bit. But I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily. See, now that's where she's wrong. Because from our investigation, it seems like the crime wasn't committed here. So tell me, Franziska, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene?
I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you.
And nothing more.
Are you saying there is more I need to know? What did you with me, sir? Sorry, Scruffy. My hand must have slipped.
It would appear that Franziska doesn't have all the facts of this case yet. I like how she just refuses to whip Edgeworth. What do you mean by scene?
Please stop pretending like you so don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 AM. And then from the time after that, call until the body was found.
Wait, we didn't know about that. Did we know they were calling for an attendant? Hang on a second. Is that new information? Do we even have him on profile? Oh, barely have him on profile. Do we have? It's on the back of the head. Yeah, that's all we know about. Hold on, that's pretty sure it's new info. Mr. Ackley Hicks was there in his seat when we talked to him. Oh no, I think that's right. Okay, never mind, right. They did mention that he pushed the call button when they took off. Okay, never mind. I forgot about that. That was from last time.
Hold it.
Well, it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time. That fact alone does not make me the criminal.
Objection.
We'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at this time.
Hold it.
Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree with that. I am the most likely suspect. But I believe in you, sir. I don't think you did it. This Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, they're like siblings. Ah, quite Scruffy. Even if he was related by blood, that's no guarantee that he's not a criminal. Franziska, I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party. Likely a suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of these gaps in her logic one hole at a time. Alright, so we obviously know the incorrect statement here being that there was no one else in the lounge. So we have proof that there was someone else in the lounge during the murder, because these footprints exist. Plus we also have evidence that there might have been something going on in the shop too, because we have these two pieces of evidence. So I'm going to start with this. I think this is probably the most likely thing to present here.
Objection.
But I guess that wasn't good enough. Alright. So I thought for sure that'd be it, mainly because, I mean, there's footprints and we know those footprints only existed after the turbulence. But they would have had to have been before the shop was closed. Because there was like, because the wine spilt during the turbulence, they go away from the elevator, those footprints, and they go towards the shop. And there was a period of time where the turbulence happened and the shop was still open, because then they closed the shop soon after that, I believe. And we know that whoever left those footprints went into the shop as a result. So what other evidence can we use? Time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found. Scene of the crime was here and is very... Oh, maybe this is the one we need to present on then. Because we did find evidence that it's possible this wasn't the scene of the crime. Are we going to be literal and say, no, it wasn't here in the lounge, it was in the elevator next to the lounge? Possibly. So he died at 6:15. I don't think that's relevant right now. This was used to transport the body. It was designed by Ms. Oh, right. We can use this.
Objection.
There it is. Okay. That's right, because he stuffed the body inside the luggage, whoever killed him. It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all. Who's the one to actually jumping to conclusions? Excuse me? All you did is find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I cannot escape that easily. You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way. Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point? As if there is proof of that. Where's the proof that the suitcase was moved around? Something being dragged. Do we present this? Or do we like... Because wasn't there like juice on the wheels? I thought for sure we'd be using this. Can we point that out here? Well, no, we can just examine it. That doesn't help at all. I guess it must be this. Because I don't know what else we could do that's related to the suitcase.
Take that.
This plate is in front of the elevator. Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. It's the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here. I'm gonna say right here.
Take that.
This mark here. Wouldn't you say that looks suspiciously like tracks from two wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there is also grape juice residing on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here.
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot.
How so?
You prepared yourself in the eye of the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge, or you beat him to death. Then while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Why are you so adamant? Like, you're just going out of your way making shit up here. Making Edgeworth out to be the bad guy for no reason. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. But how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop.
Hold it.
And how do you suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of its display case? As I recall, the case was locked.
That's easy. If the case was locked, you simply had to hit the glass. Like this.
Alright, Gumshoe confirmed glass. Instead, am I out of glass? So he wants to talk about the in-flight shop in the Captain Nugo Bank, does she?
That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon.
Hold it.
We still don't even know if the guy was killed in the lounge. I thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge.
I thought you'd say that. What? Did you think I would have noticed? I think you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood splatter in the lounge. By accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it.
I don't think you could do that. Like, I'm certain that you would still smell the blood. You would also smell alcohol, but you would definitely still smell the blood.
Are you accusing me of tampering with the crime scene now? We'll see, won't we? The forensic scientists are hard at work on that as we speak.
And? What do you propose I did after that?
Hold it.
So I put the victim's body into the suitcase and then... Where was I headed, Francesca?
That's pretty obvious. We were bringing it to first class where you could safely keep an eye on it.
Yeah, let me just take a body in a suitcase to first class. It's definitely not gonna smell. It's definitely not gonna leak blood or anything anywhere. No one's gonna notice a thing why I have a suitcase in first class and the suitcase is not down in the cargo hold where it belongs. Yeah, that's not suspicious or anything at all. No, don't see anything wrong with that. I'm talking about this thing, you know. I'd hardly call it discreet or ordinary.
Annoying brat. Well then, you were intended to leave it inside the elevator. But unfortunately for you, events were thrown into your plans because...
Hold it.
Isn't the suitcase, like, latched pretty tightly? Is turbulence really gonna knock it open like that? You've experienced turbulence on a flight before.
Of course, many times. You get used to it after a while.
The patch we hit was especially rough, and I passed out briefly, but only for a second. Good thing it was only for a sec, sir. It'd been bad if you really blanked out. Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't blank out for like 10 minutes or anything like that. Fortunately, blanking out is exactly what got me into this mess in the first place.
That's enough of your idle chatter. I'm not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it.
If I really were a criminal, do you really think I would be so easily caught?
You're certainly in the middle of being caught right now.
To find a contradiction fast, I won't have much of my own hide left to save.
I have to say, you're looking rather caught right now.
and I'll tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge. Why would he do that? According to Franziska, Edgeworth is like the worst murderer I've ever seen. The dumbest murderer I've ever seen. Dumber than like half the murderers we've had to catch in this series.
Hold it.
Why would he even attempt anything at this point? I didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body. I suppose that's true. So then, are you yielding to my statements? Don't be foolish. I still insist that you are the killer. But, in that sense, you really were the first to discover the body to be dead. No matter what I say, she seems dead set on making me out to be the killer. The logic is reasonably sound, and the large majority of it reflects the truth. But there is one point about it that is not quite right. I don't know, I feel like a lot of her argument is kind of bullshit. I mean, like, who's gonna keep the body in a suitcase in first class? People are gonna notice. Okay, you prepared yourself, acquired the piggy bank for the plane hit terms. Okay, first of all, no, that's impossible, and we know exactly why. Assuming the evidence is here to, like, say it. Well, it's after the turbulence.
Objection.
There we go. I'm assuming he's going to explain how the glass is shattered outwards, which would make it impossible for someone to break in. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? This Captain Ugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when this bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken out after the turbulence had occurred. Listen, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick up the bank from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. So what did the killer really hit them with? Because, like, the murder was determined to be a blunt object, blunt force trauma, right? Pretty sure it was. So there's some other murder weapon out there that's similar to the piggy bank. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks. Who's there? Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence, and the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. See, well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end. But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir. If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been found hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or still at the real crime scene. There's like 2/3 of this plane we haven't even been to, and considering that the body was found in the elevator, there's a good chance they might be important. There is one more possibility. And that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. Didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence, by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, would you? Let's see. So that means that the killer had the key to the display case. Franziska, the person you're talking about. Not so fast. I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain. and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well. Permission granted. But only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Mr. Nato is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. So wait, the idea here is that she took out the piggy bank, used it, and then put it back, and then it just happened to fly out due to turbulence, which just kind of helped her case? Is that what we're getting at here? Okay. So you're the one that poked around inside the plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Mr. Nato. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? Alright. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The captain... he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You're able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Nato, is it? There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were into the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Franziska seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Mr. Nato claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. Is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. We talking about this? I guess we probably should ask her about this if it's related to our potential theory here. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't know how to answer you. As a professional flight attendant, I'm a failure. This must be borne out from the long questioning session she just went through. I guess that's not it. The blood, maybe? The suitcase? If you could please take a look at this for me, Mr. Nato. Oh, that suitcase. Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? Oh, that's right, she did design the suitcase. This makes sense to ask then. And I think I figured something else about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Would you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were sealed Elling. I know that as a service professional I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. I was glad to see that it was the last one there. Oh. Okay, that's actually really important. So when she went to the shop, there was only one suitcase there, meaning that the killer was still borrowing the other one. The last one there. So you're saying, Mr. Nato, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes, they're just so popular they're practically flying off the shelves. It's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry. I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. Leave it to Edgeworth to tell it how it is. Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on. My issue with the suitcases isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But... That's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Didn't she come by the shop? And they started arguing? Like, her and Cammy started arguing? Did she not notice that there being 2 suitcases there? Looks like her study has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Mr. Nato, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. It still has the price tag on it? She's used it for a long time. I think not. Mr. Nato, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe even for 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. Proves this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Mr. Nato says. I think it's pretty clear. Unless she's one of those people, you know, it leaves the price tag on everything in case she wants to return it. How rich is this lady? She was the designer of a suitcase. She must have gotten some money out of it. Probably not, because it was part of a contest. So the story was that there was a contest being held to design a suitcase by the company, by the airline company, and she won it. So it's pretty much guaranteed that she probably gets 0 pay for the design of this suitcase. She gets paid in exposure because she won a contest. Didn't she go to the shop before Edgeworth? She did. She went to the shop before Edgeworth, but then that's when she saw that there was 1 suitcase left because the killer was still using the other one. So she must have gone between the time when the killer was doing the killing and before they returned the suitcase. But if I remember correctly, near the end of last stream, wasn't she also in the shop with us when we were with Cammy? And then that was when she was like, please return to your seat, because I thought she was the one that told us that. She's like, please return to your seat, you weren't supposed to be here. Or no, she wouldn't say that, but she was like, please return to your seat, we're landing, or something like that. I'm pretty sure she was in the shop when we were investigating the shop. And that was when there was 2 suitcases in the shop. You know, it was long after the killer returned the suitcase. So I'm surprised she didn't notice that there was 2 suitcases in the shop. Maybe she just thought they were stocked or something. I don't know. But yeah, at least at the time when she went to the shop on her own during the crime, there was only 1 suitcase according to her. Which means that the killer was still using the other one. She could be bullshitting everything. You're 100% correct. If she is the killer, she has no reason not to lie. And as we're seeing here, she is very good at lying. By which I mean she lies a lot. She likes to lie. She's not very good at actually lying because it's clear that we can tell that she is. Tell me, Mr. Nato, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. What if she killed this man because he, like, dissed her suitcase design? Like, he was talking shit about it somewhere, and she just got, like, fed up and killed him. Maybe Edgeworth will be next now. Mr. Nato, I think I understand. I know what you are trying to hide. Now then, this suitcase was originally in... Seeing as how the price tag is still on the suitcase, one can only assume it was on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who brought the suitcase was... Did she buy the suitcase? Wait, if she bought this suitcase, wouldn't that mean that there were 0 suitcases left during the time of the murder? She would have had to buy it, right? She probably just bought it. But we have, like, no reason to believe anyone else bought a suitcase. Like, what would anyone else here be doing with the suitcase? And why would it be in here then? If it was actually paid for? It had to have been her, right? I guess it could be her, but... Nah. She hated the suitcases. Why would she buy one?
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Nato? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Okay, this raises more questions, because doesn't this mean that there were 0 suitcases when she left the shop? Or did she just buy this at some other point in time that's unrelated to the crime? It's most likely the latter, because I'm trying to think how what would have the other suitcase, where it would come from.
Then, said he's and you went to the shop and came back here, was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I'd finally accomplished something.
But the suitcases didn't sell.
It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it's, as you put it, hideous.
Can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either. I don't think them being $1,200 really helps. Unless that's not like American dollars and that's like some other kind of dollar. I'm guessing that's probably American dollars.
We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked.
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
How much does she make?
Where do I sign up to be a flight attendant? Making so much money I can throw it on $1,200 suitcases every time we take off.
I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well.
How?
Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase.
This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 AM. Bought it at the in-flight shop and left in the attendance room. Timestamp says 5:40. Oh man, I want to know how much she's making to spend 12. Okay, so if she's working, let's say she's always working an international flight. So that's like, okay, if it's flying from like California to Europe, that's like what, 8-10 hours of flying one way? So that's like basically one shift. Maybe, okay, maybe like 1.5 shifts, you know, depending on how you want to split it. Let's say even just 2 shifts. Now, I don't know how often a flight attendant works. I don't know if they get like, you know, 5 days a week and then they get the weekends off, or if it's like 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off. But let's say she's working like even just a normal 5-day shift like you would expect from any other job. So that's like averaging maybe 3, maybe 4 flights a week. Back and forth. She's buying a suitcase every single time for $1,200. That's easily like $3,600 to $4,800 on just suitcases. How much is she making? Okay, yeah. If it was straight translated from yen and they just replaced the sign, I could almost believe it, except for the fact that 1,200 yen is like $12. So, I have a hard time believing both prices. A $1,200 suitcase seems insane, and I've never seen a $12 suitcase either. That seems really cheap, especially for an in-flight shop. I would imagine that an in-flight shop would have would probably up the prices just because it's an in-flight shop. Like, you think about the souvenir shops inside an airport after security, or any kind of shop, like whatever kind of shop you want. The ones that sell food, the ones that sell books, electronics, whatever. You're paying like quadruple the price for the most basic shit. I've seen water sell for like $5. Like a bottle of Aquafina cost $5 in one of those shops. So I can only imagine that a shop that's on the plane probably costs more for everything. Combined with the fact this is in first class, combined with the fact that it's a shop that seems to only sell high-end stuff like crystals and jewels, it's gonna be more than $12. Is this a private flight? No, this is a public airline. This was first class on a public airline. Like we're talking the equivalent of like, I don't know what they have in the States, but up here it would be like Air Canada, WestJet, that sort of thing. We're talking like that. This ain't just some private jet. Senior flight attendants made $41 an hour. Okay, $41 an hour if they're working like 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's like 50 hours a week. Well, it's probably 40 hours plus overtime. Okay, let's just say 40 hours. 40 hours at $40 is $1,600 a day or a week. I don't know, $1,600 a week's not a lot. Or wait, no. Yeah, $40 at 40 hours a week. $1,600. I mean, that's like $6,400 a month, but if you're buying a $1,200 suitcase every single flight, and you're taking off at least like 3 to 4 times a week on these like long international overseas flights, yeah, I don't think that's enough. She'd have to be paid more than that. I'm thinking like easily in the $80 range. At least double that, probably. Something's not adding up here.
Truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight.
Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases?
They should all be down in the cargo hold. It's like the suitcase the killer used.
Could very well have come from the cargo hold. So, wait, okay, so she purchased it at $540. She saw that there was only one suitcase left. Was that before or after she bought it that she saw that there was one left? Did she buy the last one, or did she make there only be one left? Because then that means someone restocked with a single suitcase, and then the other suitcase came up? Or, hang on a second, what if... Wait, can we see? So that's my book. Can we see the suitcase? Does it have... It does have the price tag on it. Okay, here's my new theory then. The suitcase the killer used was left in the cargo hold. This suitcase was originally left by the killer in the cargo hold and was taken to restock the shop, unbeknownst to whoever. And the only reason that there's like wine on it, maybe because that person walked through the wine, whoever was responsible for restocking. I don't think that person would be the killer though, because like why would the killer take their own suitcase that they used to do the killing back to the shop? That doesn't make any sense. I think that might be a flaw, because like then who would be doing the restocking, and why would they be doing it after the body was discovered in the elevator? Unless they didn't take the elevator, but that doesn't make any sense either. I don't know. Something's weird here with the math on the suitcases is compared to the timeline is weird.
Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to...
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
How could they? The suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be.
Mr. Nato, there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator?
The only other way is just through that door there.
And what about security?
That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members have access to.
Ah. So there is a chance that someone did restock the shop without touching the elevator. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room. But I think it's more likely that the culprit is probably a crew member, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
I can't believe it.
You do realize you are also a crew member, right? Yes, Francisca?
Going on these riders' goose chasers. You are disgraced to the Von Karma name.
Well, it's a good thing he doesn't use the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that?
The suitcase kids came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said that the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard.
Where's Edward? You're proposing that the killer built the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, that's the only realistic possibility.
That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier and she had this to say.
Francisca got information of Miss Meal?
In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different key card is required.
Different key one?
Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Aurora Tornado, and only you.
Well, how you gonna explain this one? What, someone stole your key card? What? Is this true, Miss Tornado?
Yes, I keep that key card in my locker at all times.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yes, hold on.
In before it's not there. It's not gonna be there, is it?
I don't believe it.
What's wrong?
The key card, it's gone.
So in other words, that means anyone could have it, and anyone could have committed this crime.
Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about what it is like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, there's a door back there. Oh, that's the door she was talking about, too. I didn't even realize that was a passage and not a corner of the wall.
What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face.
Francisca, I know that you are the lead investigator on this case, however...
Hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miss Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise. She's accusing everyone of being the murderer, huh? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck she's doing. She's just desperate for results at this point. Wants to show up Edgeworth, I guess. Oh, is this the final part of the case? I mean, it says ladder now. Wow. So this is the cargo hold, huh? Seems so excited to see it. It's so big. Oh, look at that. There's all the suitcases. And look at that, exactly one is missing. Huh. Okay, so when she said she saw only one left, that means she probably said that was in regards to the fact that she already bought one, and there was one left. So she was doing a little lying. Just a little. Not really lying, more like just stretching the truth. This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating.
So this is the real scene of the murder.
There's certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. What do you mean highly flammable? What is this doing here? I have so many questions. Let's start with this. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable on, and this one, it says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? What a strange combination of items. Oh, is it because it's wine? Is that why it's flammable? I never even thought of that, but that makes a lot of sense. Guess wine would be flammable, hey? Hey, what's with this suitcase, pal?
It's what the victim checked in, sir.
So the suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. In before, like, a spirit medium pops in and with Mr. Hicks starts yelling at them for rummaging through his shit. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? And there's a photo of Ms. Von Karma in it, sir. Looks like a profile in Francisca. Why did Mr. Hicks have a document of Francisca in his possession? Okay, that just made things a little different now. That might explain her attitude towards this case. Here's the suitcases. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth! It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. Ones the company is planning to dispose of after his flight is over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? Practically screams artsy. Oh? Why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see, $1,200! I think I'll pass. Mr. Nero wonders why they don't sell. You need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. I think my theory might not be quite as far-fetched as originally thought. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. This brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the look of his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. I mean, I'm kind of interested. Is that it? That's all that's here? Oh, we got the elevator. Well, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. What are you, 6? Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped on the 1st floor, Detective. I can't move. Oh yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway without the special key card. The door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a key card, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. Well, whoever stole the card probably did come down here then. Have you noticed anything strange happening around here? No, sir. Haven't noticed a thing. Not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. Seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental-level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Okay. Interpol is involved. It's a top-secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have. Wait, do they have to make, like, a custom thing just for the... Oh, I guess that's in the other thing. Because I would have said Interpol on it. How much you want to bet in the Japanese version she was working with the FBI? That means they would have had to make a different sprite. Let's present, where is it? Oh, I don't have that yet. Oh, I probably have to combine them first. Okay, let's do that. Ooh, wait. You want to bet these match up here? I think we can safely conclude these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lens. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that is left to find is a murder weapon. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska? Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Gamma, sir. Franziska said she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard that she was coming here and followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. I'm thinking the pilot or the pilot's mistress are the murder. But how would the pilot have done it? He's got to be flying the plane, right? I don't know if, I mean, I'm not gonna rule him out, but I find that very unlikely. Cammy, though, that's a definite possibility. Because if Miss Tornado's, like, who else would be in that room? If her keycard is stolen, let's assume she's telling the truth and she's not hiding it, and her keycard was actually stolen, there's, like, pretty much only one other person that it could have been then. So yeah, this is kinda, it's not looking good for Cammy. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense. What are you talking about? You found a profile detailing information about you and the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out, Miss Isles. But it looks like they got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the tail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. Well, this just made the case a whole lot more serious. I think we now have a pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. What was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Franziska, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No. Unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then... the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and... they entered the elevator. But while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. So then he went and abandoned the suitcase in the shop, where there just happened to be a slot missing because someone just bought the second to last suitcase. I think it is pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you are thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tornado. We're just going to forget Cammy exists? I want to know why she doesn't think it's Cammy. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is that the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such a high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tornado. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Isn't there a co-pilot? You're right, there probably should be. But we haven't been introduced to them, therefore that person doesn't exist.
Hold it!
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal or even the captain. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand, much like Scruffy over there. Can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well. What about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal? I thought you might ask about her.
Hold it!
But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Tornado. It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father. Wait, your father was good at jumping to conclusions? Yes, well, I don't have any evidence, Be quiet. You're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointed to Miss Rhoda Tornado, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away. You talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Ugo piggy bank? Yes. She is also the only person with the key to open that display case. Okay, well, I mean, that's not helping matters. I mean, what's the chance of the killer taking the key to the shop and also the key to the elevator? Like, one of those things is definitely a lot more important and probably more relevant than the other.
Hold it!
But that is a fake. Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insinuating that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That is not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. It should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon. The body? I mean, there's not really a whole lot to examine at the crime scene. We kind of did that already, no? But there was a lot of stuff at the crime scene that could be used as a murder weapon. I don't think the body's gonna help, because all we know about the body, blunt force trauma killed him, right? Like that was the way he died? Hit on the back of his head, yeah. So we know he was hit on the back of his head. So there must be some other object like that. I guess there could be something in the cargo hold. Do we examine the weapon? Like, would there be something about the weapon itself that would... I mean, if you're gonna ascertain the authenticity of a weapon, like, wouldn't you examine the weapon? We should examine the bank itself once more to determine if it's the real murder weapon. If this is the real weapon, it should be damaged or perhaps have a dent on it somewhere. We've looked into that already and there's no sign of anything on it. But we can't discount it as the murder weapon on that one fact alone. The piggy bank is, after all, made of a stronger material than human flesh. Can't prove it through the piggy bank itself, then must find another way. Well, the crime scene maybe, but she keeps insisting that they examine the cargo hold, which it seems like that's the real crime scene, even if there isn't really any evidence of it being one. The body? Like, is there a chance that he didn't actually die from blunt force trauma? Yeah, let's go for the body. Franziska, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions.
Oh, was I?
Yes, we don't even have the autopsy report results yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon?
Scuffy!
Yes, sir.
Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Yes, sir. Didn't he have a cell phone? What happened to that?
We got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
What is it, detective?
They're still doing the autopsy, but they said they already know that there's one thing for sure. With what? No. The doc said it's one giant bruise from beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
One giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. Now what kind of weapon makes that sort of mark? From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back. He was beaten over such a wide area?
Well, I'd say it's maybe a sign the killer had a grudge against Mr. Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir.
Instantaneous death resulting from blow to back of head. Bruising head to mid-back.
Scuffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's,
Is the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective?
Oh, well, they said they're still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless.
Sir, I told you already. You can't go down there. Oh no. Is it who I think it is? What is all that racket? It's him.
My luggage! My cargo! They're mine, and I demand you return them to me!
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose there is no choice.
Finally.
I think he gave... Hey! What are you? You have left me no choice but to use strong force! Ah!
You won't get past me. This is... Wait, that's it. So that's this whole thing has been about.
Mother says they matter the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. Doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
Oh, I thought he was gonna die. Like, actually thought he was gonna die. He just fall down the stairs. I thought maybe, like, the officer would get shoved down the stairs. But that was actually more impressive, the fact that he just, like, knocked him over the railing like that. Originally, I thought he was just gonna jump. Like, so you leave me with no choice. And he just vaults the railing onto the cargo. Something for me to prove this isn't the real murder weapon. Okay, so cause of death was from the bruising. And the weapon couldn't be found. Is it these two to go together? No, okay. It's not... There's a number of ways I feel like this could go together. Agent Hicks was on the trail of an international smuggling ring. Okay, well we don't care about that. It's probably... There's no way this thing would be able to do that, right? The bruise marks wouldn't match up with the statue, yeah. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's extensive bruising over such a wide area. Is this really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. Nobody could find anything that could be considered the real weapon in the hold. The unusually large area of bruising suggests a very large weapon was used. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. What was that all about? Why is he trying to jump his way down here? Franziska. What? What do you want? Found it, Franziska. I found the real murder weapon. You did? It really jumped. We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. It might be it. We should go check him up on him, sirs. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. It's coming from a prosecutor with the habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. You don't want to listen at all, are you? Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of. I don't have the evidence to show it. It's not on my person, because it's much too large. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased it as, that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I figured out what was the real cause of death. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. Fell to his death? Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. Are you claiming that there is someplace in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold. What? Then... We're in trouble. We have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey you, tell me you're dead, pal.
Quiet! Why are you screaming?
He's alive. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. What do you mean it's not possible? That guy fell like only 5 feet. What about the rest of the stairs? Oh yes, this person only fell 5 feet down the stairs. Surely someone falling 20 feet down the stairs isn't gonna die either. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances. Why are we considering that that piece of cargo did exist there? Why not the more obvious thing of like someone just shoved them down the stairs? Are you telling me the only way someone could die is if they got thrown over the edge and not pushed down these stairs? I don't see how that's even possible. They're being too specific with this. Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? It would have been a Virginian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't be still breathing. But the reality is that cargo box is there. So there is no point in entertaining your wild, hypothetical scenarios. May be there now. But there is no proof that it was always there. Why would it be there now and not earlier? We just landed. Are you telling me someone's tampering with the crime scene? Like, what is this logic? Huh. As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? Can I use to show it that's possible the box was not always where it is now? Why do we need to show this? Just say that he fell down the stairs. Why do we have to specifically say that he was thrown over the side of the stairs? This makes zero sense. Oh my... This makes no sense. This is the only answer, but this makes zero sense. Well, I'm not willing to say yet that this is on, like, big top turnabout levels of bullshit yet. Because at least this does make sense in a way. But we're just going about it so impractically. For no reason. We're making this much more complicated than it needs to be. Doesn't this show sufficient probability to you? Why are you asking me? I was the one asking you. Okay, at least this wasn't it. I thought maybe like, okay, giant piece of cargo. What do we have in our inventory that looks like a giant piece of cargo? Thank God it's not that. No one was asking for your opinions from the instant noodle clad Scuffy. I suppose this is where the phrase to be whipped by one's opponent came from. Don't act as though you have nothing to do with this. How is this a question? I suppose she's right, but first I should reconsider all of the information I have. What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always where it is now? Okay, how do we know this box moved? The turbulence? Oh, well they could have put it on... No, but he died after that. He died after they took off again, so that makes no sense. It's not gonna be this. No, we're looking for the... Made a brief stop from Forium to transfer cargo and refuel. But... But no! How is this it? This can't be it! How could this be it? This is before he died! He wasn't killed yet! He died after this! Oh, I swear to God, if this is it.
Take that!
It's it! Well, how is this it? Please! I am dying to know how this could be it!
You flew into the Republic of Sengfa.
Yes, this flight had a short layover in Sengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? Okay, but that still would have been before he died. To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Ah, it's labeled Sengfa Express. Correct. Meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Sengfa. I cannot wait to hear how this is going to work. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
Which means that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Sengfa leg of the flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. Okay, am I incorrect here? Because did he not... When did he die? So, hang on a second here. Between 4 and 5 a.m. at the transfer point. Okay. Body found at 6:15 a.m. Are we insinuating that he died before then? Because that doesn't sound right, because Mr. Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. That means this piece of evidence is wrong, and either someone was posing as him, or his corpse was sitting in his seat for some undisclosed length of time and somehow nobody noticed. Yo, this could have all been avoided if we just assumed that he fell down the stairs like anyone else would have done. Nah, I gotta hoist him over the railing. Can't just shove him down the stairs. Might survive that one, but hoist him over the railing? That's an instant death. I'm just not buying this. If he tumbled down the stairs, he would have bruises all over his body. Okay, you know what? You're correct. He might have had bruises all over his body if he tumbled down the stairs. I didn't even think of that. That actually somehow makes this logically sound. Him getting hoisted over the railing and falling straight to the floor? Yes, that would have been one instant giant bruise. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I think I ran into this exact same dilemma during... Well, actually, no. This was the cusp of 3-5. That was how the person died, is they were thrown over the side of the building. Alright, fair enough. You know what? That makes sense. I didn't think of that. So I understand why the killer didn't just throw him down the stairs in the first place. I mean, if I was intending to kill someone and I was standing at the top of a flight of stairs, you know what I'd probably do? I'd probably shove him down the stairs. Because I don't think I would be able to lift someone over the side of the stairs. So whoever killed this person must be pretty strong to like just no shot lift someone up and over a railing. Like that takes some effort. Doesn't take as much effort to just shove someone downstairs. I don't know why they would have done that. Inefficient killing.
Oh, but this is still very far-fetched.
Then allow me the chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. First order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Alright, let's go. Never mind. I give up. You're correct. It doesn't make any sense. The bruising would indeed be different if he fell down the stairs. Not letting the game off this though, the game should have written tumbling down the stairs off way more obviously. Yeah, like I think if there was like a throwaway line talking about what you just mentioned about him, like the bruises would have been different if he fell down the stairs. Definitely, because I can't be the only one that overlooked that possibility. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. This brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. I look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. No matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Wait. But I thought we were coming over here to investigate the cargo. Oh, it's here. I see, that makes sense. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tank on it, sir. Let's see. Another red statue. Never heard of it. Nor I. All I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Then let's get investigated, sir. Ah, good. The wingdings are back.
Look here. Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission.
Don't mess up on me like that, pal. This belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc?
Of course it is mine. I shipped that fine piece of art from Europe. This olive red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much, much more.
Isn't that... I guess 100 grand isn't really a number to scoff at, but that doesn't seem like a lot in the world of art. Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents! I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, detective. Done. How did you do that? I feel like you really keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun. I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, that 10 million cents. Is that in euros or dollars? Does Europe use cents? Does it really make a difference to our case? I mean, if it's in euros, that might actually end up being more, technically. But with exchange rates and all that. Mr. LeBlanc, is there a chance that your cargo is related to a murder case? There's a chance your cargo is related to a murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art, so no! There will be no touching.
Alright. Can we do something with this? Oh, is that what we're going for here? Oh shit! Looks like LeBlanc's back on the menu, boys! If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Shangfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. Oh. I didn't mean to... I was trying to click on him. I missed. That's only $100,000. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot, but, you know, 100 grand is still a lot. But yeah, when you think of art, when you think of, like, expensive art, I'm at least thinking 6-7 figures, at minimum. So that art can't be that much. Could he be the killer? I don't know. I mean, if he's involved with the smuggling ring and this guy was investigating the smuggling ring, it stands to reason that the smuggler would not want to be investigated by the police. It's a pretty good motive. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc, I wonder if it might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is a fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here.
Do you mean the cargo certification document?
Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why did you say so earlier? They show it to us at once.
Is that certification that the statue's real, or is that just certification that it was indeed on this plane?
I can't read this. What does it say? It says as plain as day the cargo was put onto the plane in Europe.
And so you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you.
That doesn't mean anything. You could put a fake piece of cargo on a plane in Europe.
This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificate. Oh, right, but yeah, for the whole death thing. Yeah, no, that makes sense then. No, that's... Which means that there never was a window of time in which the statue wasn't seen there. Except... there is. That is where you're wrong. I know exactly how it might not be sitting there. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see if I'm right.
This... I know I've seen this somewhere. This is the Aleph Red. It gives us such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it.
This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled in a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it.
Piece of art being shipped by Mr. LeBlanc, who claims it is worth 10 million cents. Maybe cents is just like the Virginian word for whatever their equivalent of a dollar is. I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Aleph Red statue. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. You know, for a statue called the Aleph Red, there seems to be a very significant lack of red. Does the spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? I was gonna say yellow, but orange works. Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do. But it's really like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I fell ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Ah, sir, they're red. As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc.
What do you want? Do not know I am busy. I'm a busy man. I allow you 2 seconds for your answer.
Aleph Red, I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not?
It is the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago.
Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is gonna be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but...
What is that? Sympathy? For what?
You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
Large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you.
I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo.
Why the sudden yelling? Now then...
Oh...
It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Ah.
Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
A fake?
I believe that even further examination will be required, now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Shangfa. And I will present to you evidence that will resolve this remaining contradiction. So, this is not where I thought this was gonna go. I thought this was gonna go somewhere else. How do we prove that it was brought on board in Shangfa? Oh. This spot's somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? I mean, I don't know what evidence this would be, but, such as loaded on board in Europe. It's gotta be this one. Okay, it's kinda what I was thinking, but not really. There's clearly a contradiction here.
What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. That's not possible.
But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Shangfa, there's no way that any part of it would wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Shangfa.
What about the cargo certificate?
Let me ask in return. What about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why. To secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight.
So you say. But I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all of the cargo after the plane landed.
That may be true. However, you have it backwards, Francisca. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall into the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. So where I was thinking with this, before we noticed that little hiccup there, I thought maybe like the only thing that was loaded in Shangfa was that yellow one next to it, and that before then, this piece of cargo was where the yellow one was, and they moved this one back so that they could make room for the yellow one. So that would have satisfied both discrepancies. It would have satisfied the fact that this statue was loaded on in Europe, but also explain how it wasn't in this position before Shangfa. But as we know, that's not the case anymore. How's it going, Crafter? Yeah, this one's got Francisca in it. I hope we get to see more of her during this whole thing. I would imagine we probably do. I'm guessing she's going to be a reoccurring character during both of these games, hopefully. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was going to get nabbed, huh? Yes, while the photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board.
A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Shangfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler.
Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe to Shangfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death.
Officer! Move this statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now!
Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings.
Go on.
After moving the Aleph Red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction.
I see. There was a reaction to luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot.
Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all.
I suppose it would appear that way.
The culprit cleaned the blood up well.
And how do you think the killer did that?
How did the killer clean up all the blood? How did it... Oh, with this.
Take that!
The blood-filled rag. The killer used this bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. So you had to need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Shangfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Shangfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Shangfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Who was the one that did testimony of Tornado, right? Oh, his meals. Oh, shit. I love it when smugglers make obvious mistakes in their art fakes. You can tell the difference. Yeah, it's very convenient, isn't it? Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Shangfa. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in the sea at 5 AM, you know. He just straight up lied. Not even like a half lie or like the, oh shit, I just forgot the details because I'm so nervous being on the stand and I'm lying under oath lie. She just straight up lied. Like, no shot. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. Why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meal herself. Get her down here. What is this to be continued about? Just get her down here. We can clean this mess up right now. Is this the finale then? That's the confrontation. Miss Meal. Miss Meal. Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Shangfa? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible, because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Shangfa. Miss Cammy Meal.
Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did?
No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Meal.
But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction.
Very well. Miss Meal, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 AM and 6 AM when the body was found.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Miss Edgeworth? Oh, yeah. For 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self.
So if you were in a flight attendant's room, how the fuck did you see the victim in his seat? How's a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up. She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. It's the first time seeing Miss Meal's design, and yeah, I definitely don't think she's the murderer. For no obvious reasons, just a gut feeling. Why, is it the hair? It's probably the hair, right? I mean, how do you see anything with hair like that? She needs to get that shit cut.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, wake up.
I'm awake. I'm awake. Yes, Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant.
Why ask me to wake her when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use?
Hold it!
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class and the lounge, between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda.
Then what were you doing in the attendance room at that time?
Eating and then having a most delicious drink.
You mean you were neglecting your duties?
No way, sleeping's part of our job too, you know.
You think sleeping was all she was doing in there? I mean, I don't... Not most people don't describe their dreams as, delicious. Just saying. Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Franziska's like getting so upset. Why didn't she whip her? Oh, there we go. No, not him!
What did you do with me for, sir? Oh, what did I miss?
Poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead.
Really? Sorry about that.
You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony.
Hold it.
So you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi.
Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? This isn't a court of law. You can raise an objection if you want. Miss Meal, there's a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m.
Take that.
Now take a look at this eye-opening piece of evidence. Oh, this isn't it? Oh, I'm surprised. Like, that should obviously be it. If you were alone in the flight attendance room, how can you personally verify that someone is in their seat in the passenger section of the plane? How can you see that? There's no cameras in the flight attendance room to, like, observe the passengers. Alright, well, let's try a different piece of evidence, I guess. Yes, please wake up so we can finish this. Not... Alright, enough the clowning around. It's my show and I will resolve the contradictions as I see fit. Alright. Okay, do we want to, like, go through that present again? I guess so, eh? I'm gonna just press it, and I'm gonna use this as the place to do the presentation. Yeah, raise an objection so we can present evidence. I don't know, maybe it's slightly different than just presenting on the main screen. It's not possible that you were alone in the tense room the whole time for 5, 6 a.m. Okay, because there's something else here, right? Is it not possible? Actually, okay, if it's not this, then I don't know what it could be. Oh, it's probably this.
Take that.
Yeah, okay. I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal.
Huh? A receipt? For what?
It's for the suitcase Miss Tonato brought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Miss Tonato.
Yes. Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now.
I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tonato, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from the first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct?
Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off.
Did you see Miss Meal there at that time?
No.
So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Sleeping's not gonna help you here. Miss Cammy Meal.
Huh? The bathroom?
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
You were in the bathroom for an hour? I thought that only I did that.
I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know.
Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Cross my heart.
I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I kind of don't, but we could always just, like, you know, pull the bathroom security footage that I'm sure this plane has lying around.
But please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out?
Yes, I want to hear all about how you went to the bathroom. Please, do tell.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew, but you think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too? She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Miss Tenero out of this conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda.
Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. Can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of like... I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
That's not the time for this sort of talk. You know, maybe she should talk to Gumshoe. He seemed to like the suitcases.
Hold it.
No, it's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies.
But say I was an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you?
Yes. I suppose that's true enough.
Hold it.
She's already being detained for further questioning. Or have you already forgotten?
Oh, yeah, I guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it. Can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer.
Miss Mia, what did you mean just now by no one else could have done it?
Hold it.
And what are you in charge of, Miss Mia?
I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count.
Aw, but I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Virginian. She's the only one on this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what I'm in charge of? Why did you say so in the first place?
What else could I have meant?
Yes, I'm really good at Virginian.
She's fluent in Virginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Virginian?
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Virginian.
Very interesting.
Hold it.
Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes.
Huh? But why?
While Miss Tenedo is busy with the passengers and all of her other duties, you have a lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you with ample time to commit the crime.
Why, as Edsford, I demand that you cease and desist this line of conjectural questioning. I won't allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer.
But I do not honestly believe Miss Meal does any actual work aboard this flight.
Oh, that's not true, Mr. Edgeworth. Although, well...
Hold it.
So what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Virginian stuff?
I do stuff like translate things from and into Virginian. Cammy's the only member of the crew who understands Virginian, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Meal, I take it then that it is your job to process all the Virginian paperwork?
Yeah, see, I totally pull my weight around here.
So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her for a few more details about her work. And... Miss Meal, it's very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else.
That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhoda is very
There you go, pushing everything onto her again.
I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept, huh?
I think abstract here is the landscape inside your head. I was thinking it was very flat in there. All the girth went elsewhere. Okay, what are we even doing here? One charge the elevator. If you ask me, it makes her super suspicious. All I'm in charge of the cancer and some Virginian stuff. So Edgeworth hinted at asking her about the Virginian things. I wonder if we should present the paperwork? Like, ask her if this was hers? Maybe she can even translate it for us? I think my hair would probably look good longer. It's got the curls to it. Yeah, my hair's also pretty curly. I don't know, like, it comes and goes, but it's definitely, it's not obvious when it's short, but it's like super obvious when it's long. I'm gonna present this.
Objection!
That was the correct thing to present. Because, like, we're not really doing a presentation like this is a contradiction. We're doing more of a presentation of, like, we want to ask you a few questions about this item. So, you're the only one in this flight crew that speaks Virginian. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Virginia for a while.
If that is the case, then this signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose. To lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Virginian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Aleph Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you! What the fuck is that?
Oh, I wouldn't dream of...
It's a... Has she not been sleeping this whole time and she's just pretending? Don't tell me she's been blowing bubbles with that instead of sleeping. Oh my god. It was all a ruse!
It's exactly as you say.
Are you confessing to have participated in the smuggling?
No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper.
Really? All you did was sign it?
I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So, sorry about that.
Seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight.
Suppose. And this is just a supposition. Even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that. If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is a smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on his plane for work purposes.
So perhaps there's some element of a setup at play in this case.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First, it was myself, now it's Miss Tornado who is under the microscope. Seems to me that a killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can.
You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't.
Actually, I believe that she has indeed the intended target. She was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tornado from the very beginning. This? No, how would that prove it? How would that prove that she was the killer? It was planted on Edgeworth. And the blame was immediately thrown at him, so how was that supposed to throw the blame on Tornado? Is it this, maybe? Maybe using the suitcase was intentional? Because they were her suitcases? Is there anything else here? Oh, that's just a document. That's the statue. We already know why that cloth is probably like that. There's a lord between 4 and 5. No, that's... I think it's a suitcase. It seems like...
Take that.
Yeah, okay. Killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tornado for the murder. Miss Tornado buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. Oh, so maybe but she was hoping to plant the suitcase in the shop and then hope that Tornado buys that suitcase. There was enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whatever was at hand and adapted their plan. They tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop and brought the piggy bank back onto the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway?
That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. Special circumstance dictated the need for the killer to frame someone. When? Yeah, it would be when, right? Because, like, we're talking about the cargo being there and not being there. Because that was the real cause of death, was gravity. Well, wait. Special circumstance dictating for the killer to frame someone. Oh, where? It would be where then, yeah. Because Cammy wouldn't normally be able to get down here. Or then get back up through the elevator, I mean. She could get down here. Anyone can get down here if they're in the attendance room. Special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Tornado or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tornado or myself, but you, Ms. Cammy Meal. Only you and you alone could be the killer.
And... are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
She's not wrong. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred. I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture? The cell phone? It's gotta be the cell phone. We haven't done anything with the cell phone.
Take that.
I don't have any actual evidence.
I thought not.
But that's because it went missing. And still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is this victim's cell phone. Franziska, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks' cell phone. Or at least, that's what you told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hicks' cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with them?
Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, would his phone break as well?
We won't know in that until we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
Of course I do.
Agent Niggs' phone. It's ringing from somewhere, sir. You hear it, Detective. Now where's it coming from? Are we supposed to be able to, like, figure that out? No, okay, we're supposed to just, like, find it. Is it you? Miss Meal, wake up.
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I got sleepy all of a sudden because it sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child.
What kind of lullaby is that? It's a... It's a single tone ring! What? I want to know what lullaby she was listening to. I better find that cell phone fast. Oh my god. Hello! Wow! Welcome! Holy shit. How's it going, everyone? Oh my god, you came at, like, the worst time. I love when my internet decides to crap out. Thank you for the raid, Tsunde Best. How's it going? I got wrapped up in finding this cell phone. Or apparently not, because I thought we were going to look for it by audio, but I guess not. Is it under here? Sounds like the phone is up in the flight attendant's room. But I'll head to the flight attendant's room, sir. I mean, you could have fooled me with that because I can't hear wherever it's coming from. There's no directional audio in this game. The ringing's coming from somewhere near, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. You must find it. Doesn't appear to seem to be over here. Let's look somewhere else, sir. Wait, what if it's in here? I wonder if it might be in this suitcase. I don't hear any sounds coming from inside, sir. I don't suppose the culprit would have been so dumb as to try the same trick twice. How about the locker? The ringing is coming from somewhere around here. It's not here, sir. Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone? The ringing's coming from in here, sir. What? No. It can't be. Oh shit. This has gotta be the victim's cell phone. Whose locker is this, sir? It's Miss Tornado's. What? Man, there's just like twist after twist in this case. No, it's Miss Tornado. No, it's Cammy. No, it's Miss Tornado. No, it's LeBlanc. No, it's the captain. Can we finally have some answers here? Man. So what else? What were you playing, Tsunde? Were you also playing this game? I am loving this game so far. It is probably, I have to say, it's probably my favorite Phoenix Wright that I've played yet. I wish more of the Phoenix Wright games played like this. That'd be way more fun in the adventure mode.
So, Miss Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tornado's locker.
What? But... Oh, that Tornado! I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It's Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tornado right away.
This is exactly what the killer wants us to do. All this talk about framing people. Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tornado's locker at the same time.
This is related to the keycard, alright. Here's the same ways that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one word we cannot ignore.
What should I do? Francisco's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then. Why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? Must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth?
It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone.
What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail. Okay. What do we have on here? We have a cracked screen. Can we open up the battery compartment? No, we cannot. The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this. This must be the switch that opens the phone. Oh, it's a fancy phone! Man, I always wanted a phone like that as a kid. The kind of like folds open and comes with a full keyboard. Oh, phone screen's cracked in here too. When did they start putting keyboards and like these into cell phones? Hey, this is one of those computer cell phones that they started selling recently. Computer cell phones? Yeah, it's got a computer in it, and it's a cell phone. Neat, huh, Mr. Edgewood? What you needed a phone is the phone part, nothing more. Boy, let me tell you a story about cell phones in the year 2024. Guessing yours can't even send out an email. Talk about inconvenient. Do you have a problem with what I do and do not care for, detective? No, sir. As they say, simple is best. I wonder what he thinks about cell phones now. You think, does the Phoenix Wright series, did they ever update like their phone technology? It seems like they update it somewhat. I mean, this is a far cry from the phone that Phoenix and Maya had in the first couple games. This looks like a phone from 2009. So perhaps maybe the newer games have like, you know, modern phones? It's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Franziska, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? No, the camera lens is just for show. It actually cannot take pictures. It's just a trick. That's how they get you to buy them. They make you think it can take pictures, but it turns out they can't take pictures. Mr. Edgewood, can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine. Don't tell me this photo that's in evidence here. This very photo was taken with that cell phone, because I'm going to tell you right now, there is no way that's possible. Okay, for two reasons. Not just because the phone is clearly around his neck, but also because that picture is way too clear. A phone like that, you're not getting a picture that clear. In particular, pictures as evidence for a smuggling case. If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for a killer smuggler. The phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. Can I go back to sleep now? Going to bed, hope you catch that killer. Alright, well thanks for coming by, Jack. Meals a smash? What if she's the murderer though? You sure you want that on your hands? Are you willing to accept that fact? That she might be a killer? I think it's very likely that she's a killer. The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't about to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Franziska? It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still inside, waiting to be accessed. Also, the phone could have like an SD card slot. Mine was from 2005 and it had an SD card slot. It even came with an SD card. 52 megabyte, actually no, kilobytes, not even megabytes. We had kilobytes on SD cards back then. Size of my thumbnail, and it only had 52 kilobytes on it. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Franziska, your phone, if you please. Very well. How did they get it to transfer if the other phone's screen is broken? Wouldn't you have to like confirm something? It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now. Also, that's like clearly impossible. No phones back then would have been able to transfer this easily between each other. This is... Agent Hicks's was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for a smuggling case. Hey, the other red's nowhere in this big, sir.
This has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right?
Ouch. She's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks's killer, sir. Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? The suitcases are here. I can't tell from the angle if this is the one that was taken, though. The fact that all the suitcases are here in this photo is odd.
Agent Hicks was still alive at the time. So what exactly is odd about suitcases that haven't been used yet being hit there?
Yes, well, I was only pointing out things that are different between now and then.
Your off-topic ramblings have put this attendant to sleep yet again, Miles Edgeworth.
I'll give Sleepyhead here a rude awakening, a deafening objection, and a contradiction. What else do we have? This cargo? This cargo looks normal. Boxes of bed sheets. These are still in the cargo hold, though. There's nothing unusual about them in particular, but I can't shake the feeling.
If you're just playing around, mind if I go home?
Yes, I mind.
Looks like it's different between then and now.
Well, this cargo is here. What's all this?
Oh! They're a cargo ship from Virginia to Zhengfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhengfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me about the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there is no English writing on them anywhere.
One cluster of boxes is written in Virginian. It says...
Look, someone want to tell me how to read that? Sure, let me know.
There's cloth in English.
Cloth? Could it be? Is this where the killer...
What? What is that scary face?
Miss Meal,
Yes?
it appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. No ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence, after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
Maybe you should force your mistaken reading of a simple picture at Mr. Edgeworth.
Virginian cargo in this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. Okay. Is it this? Well, the cloth would have been from the box, right? At least that makes sense. I don't think it's the certificate. It's got to be the cloth, right? Because the cloth would have been in the box. And then it was used as part of the killing. Yeah, it's got to be this then.
Take that!
And what is that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I finally have found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhengfa had cloth written on it. In Virginian, that is. And who do we know that can read Virginian? It was LeBlanc this whole time. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece to clean the blood up with. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Virginian. And the only crew member that fits this description is you, Miss Cammy Meal.
That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Virginian.
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature.
What?
There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Virginian, well then. Logically, the killer would have opened this box first. What? This one? You mean the one that says bed sheets? Bed sheets being the type of cloth? That's not good enough for you? Oh, I have to press present. Okay, I was like waiting for it to turn yellow, because it was a yellow earlier. Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir. Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say?
So what are you trying to say?
That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first.
Well, if the killer chose to use some Virginian cloth. You have an explanation for that?
killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold, so they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Virginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different color.
Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Shangfa.
That's right. That is why the Virginian cloth was used. And the only Virginian reader on board who can make such a calculated decision is you, Cammy Meal. You and you alone. Didn't that thing have, like, longer legs, or am I crazy? It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Shangfa authorities in time. We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Shangfa? I mean, I'm not opposed to a field trip. What if we're, like, super wrong and this is just a big bluff and it turns out she's not the killer, but, like, practically admitted to the crime anyways?
He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble.
She did it. She tossed him over the edge. She's pretty strong if she did that. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing is for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. Looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Edgeworth, I just want to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much.
It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for the cooperation.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
That's...
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
No. I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at GoU Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go.
And she still never explained how her hair is able to be so square. I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir. But boy, was it fun. Speak for yourself, my day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Francisca? Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Kamm is always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country chasing down some leads regarding a case. And here I was hoping she was gonna be helping us out for the rest of the game. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. Or are we gonna chase her? Oh, we're just gonna meet her at the terminal. Francisca.
I thought I told you when we first landed. I have no time for idle chatter.
I have no intention of wasting your time, however. It has been a while since we last met.
I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am?
You're Francisca Von Kamm, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect.
Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing period living her life on the name and fame of her invincible father built.
True, your father, Manfred Von Kamm, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. are you talking about? The group I'm on the tail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling fruit we found this time is only one of liver of a bigger pizza. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there's another agent on this case with me. Oh, another agent. He's a star among Interpol agents, and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day. I was simply caught up in this one case. Hardly see why we would cross paths. I suppose. But I thought he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The flight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. I'll be back in these countries soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back. In full. Who could she be talking about? We met this person? Probably gonna meet him very soon. And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her with. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. That was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm gonna go celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Just how much did you cut his salary by, Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. I don't think I've ever heard Edgeworth be so nice to Gumshoe. Thus, I solved my first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through their next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are... Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Mr. Amano. Ernest Amano, correct? Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. Amano. Why does that name sound familiar? Do we know an Amano? I'm trying to remember if we know an Amano. Well, I want to meet this Amano, so we're going to continue, but do I know this person? I don't know if we do. Oh, there's 5 episodes in this game. I thought this was a 4-episode game. The Kidnapped Turnabout. Another kidnapping, eh? Well, last time Edgeworth got involved... Actually, no, Edgeworth wasn't involved in the last kidnapping. That's right, he wasn't here. That was Francisca that helped with that one. Now it's Edgeworth's turn. Unknown location. So this is taking place after the first case, I guess? Because the second one's supposed to be a flashback. Good here. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. You can count on me, sir. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. I would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case. And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop-off. Let's see. I checked that all the money is all there, safe inside this suitcase. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper, which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place, after all. He's using the... I can't believe he's actually using the suitcase. Like, just... the fact that that animation exists is funny.
Welcome to Gay Waterland!
Hmm? Oh, thank you.
A big hello to you! I'm the Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me?
A picture? Of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested.
Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day.
So we're performing a ransom exchange at fucking Disneyland. Hello?
Oh, are you? You're not Ernest Amano.
Sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm a prosecutor.
I don't think he should have said that.
I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me.
I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium.
This person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time.
Oh, come on, when's Gumshoe ever let you down?
Edgeworth speaking.
Next, come to the haunted house.
Just how long do you intend to have me wander around for?
That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend.
I suppose not. I've arrived.
Go inside.
Well, this seems like a good place as any to perform a ransom exchange. What a dismal place.
That's it. Go through those doors.
How is he able to tell where he is? Am I being watched from somewhere?
Leave the money and go. Now.
I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. Maybe because it's not earnest, the exchange isn't going to actually happen and they're just going to take the money. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. Oh shit! It's over! Edgeworth, look out behind you! Ah! It was a trap!
Guy. Betrayed. No. Can't be. Then the deal.
Who is that? What are they talking about?
Split. Please. Alright. In front of... Meet up.
I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from a Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano group. Okay, we definitely don't know this guy. I don't know anyone with ears like that. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, has been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. Can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Yeah, you could break those cuffs, Edgeworth. Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? How dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Wait, what? Who the fuck is this? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers?
A kidnapper? Me? No way. I'm not in such petty crimes. Nope. I'm after something much, much bigger.
I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles.
Oh, forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I'm the great thief, Yatagarasu.
Wait, what?
That can't be right.
Great thief. Did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu?
Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay. Kay? Good. Glad that's settled.
Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, will you be so kind as to remove these ropes?
I wonder. Should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know? This rope goes through here, and there you go.
What a relief. I owe you my thanks.
That's okay. You can pay me back in full later.
Now then, what question should I start with? Fortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all?
You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right?
That's not the part I have a tough time believing.
I am the real, genuine Yatagarasu, you know. Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor.
In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right?
What? Of course I would mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior.
That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. I mean, the only proof that we have that she's possibly this thief is her little pin. That could be anything. I mean, the last time we had to deal with a great thief, they actually weren't a thief. They were just pretending to be one because they were a big fan. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you are the Yatagarasu?
Yep. The most righteous of the righteous, the legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently. So I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu.
It's not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that.
Don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works.
Should you really be admitting that in front of a man of the law? Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they?
I knew it. There's just no reasoning with the prosecutor.
No, that's kind of their job to not reason with thieves. I'm not the problem here.
I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. Here's one thing and one thing, only one thing I want to steal.
Only one thing? And what would that be?
But that's gonna have to wait until we find our way out of here.
Well, at least there's one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you.
So you never tell me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor?
I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth.
Huh, now I remember.
How can you remember something I just told you? But she sure is cheery.
Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's get out of here.
Why don't we go out the way you came in? It would seem that we are locked in from the other side.
What? No way. I don't hear you. La la la.
Okay, you do remember where you came in from, right? Looks like that might be our only way out of this room.
Whoops. Slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit.
I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Why don't we just, like, stack the boxes and climb back up there? Or, here, I know. Okay, get over here. Give me a lift. I'll pull you up. That would work, right? Can we call for help? Isn't this my phone? Looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. I'm surprised the kidnappers didn't take his phone. They just laid it on a tarp next to him.
If only there's a way for us to contact someone on the outside.
Ah, but we do have a way. Right here. Look how old his phone is. Guy doesn't care about, you know, emails and all the other things. I think he's just jealous that everyone has a better phone than him.
There was a cell phone here this whole time.
If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I was so worried, sir. I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I didn't lose sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta... What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Xirong Lang of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, no whether on a local or global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. Why would you say that? Lang Xi says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. Sorry this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now. I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone. So good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once they do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually. You...
What's wrong? Did you get cut off?
No, my phone ran out of power.
No way.
Doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means.
Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we'll find a way out.
Okay, you just keep trying that door. I'm gonna try and get out this window. Alright? Teamwork.
Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape.
And what exactly do you have in mind? The paint is yellow, so I bet if we can, like, paint the top of that locker, we'll be able to climb it. At least that's what video games taught me. If there's a yellow ledge somewhere, that means you can probably climb it.
Well, we could paint help in really giant letters.
And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building.
Okay, that way we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals.
Alright, that's a little drastic.
Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops.
Did you not realize who I was on the phone with? And how I was actually just talking to the cops?
Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all.
Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? Anything in here? Yo, okay, if you're such a great thief, come pick these locks.
Man, why do they have to put the windows so high up anyway? How's a thief supposed to make her daring escape?
I suppose we can make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers.
That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth.
Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again.
Let's see. I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the lock here. No, you can't. It's not painted yellow yet. We have to paint it first. Don't you understand the rules?
A basketball star in the making.
Man, why'd I have to make such ginormous lockers anyway?
If we want to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Can we climb the sign? They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally?
You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the Blue Badger, it's his whole family too.
He has a family? What is this lore? This is like some random character from one case, and now he's all of a sudden got lore. Take a picture of every member of the Badger family and receive a prize. There's only one of each of the 4 family members wandering throughout the park. Best of luck.
If you guys just have a photo of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize.
Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that?
You can't do that, that's cheating. There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it.
Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against the wall in the haunted house.
Seriously? But somehow I don't think that one counts, Miss Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park.
So those are the rules of this game? How quaint. Only one of each badger in the park. Try to get the whole badger family. What is this?
Looks like the Bad Badger, and it's looking as bad as ever.
Looks like a costume head to me.
I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a 2-piece, huh?
Real question is, why is the only head sitting out here on the floor? Costumes separate into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room.
Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a Pink Badger costume.
Pink Badger?
You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better stay up on the whole Badger clan with this.
What is this thing?
I think there's a Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan.
Whatever. I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. I did not know there was so much deep Blue Badger lore. Wasn't this like this character made by like some random guy at the precinct? I suppose this means this is where they keep all the costumes.
It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home.
There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force?
Well, I heard the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater group owes the police from all those cases they solved.
Yeah, how many times was Gatewater involved by now? There was the original case with Mia. There was the celebrity death at the party. Was there a third Gatewater case that I'm forgetting about? There might have been. They have all the power of the state and they use it to make a theme park?
It's not just any theme park, they have a handcuff-shaped double-looping roller coaster.
That's quite enough. Feeling woozy just from the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I've got a key here. And what do we have here? Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look?
Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something.
The something is what is relevant to my interests.
Look, it's the Blue Badger.
I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. What do you mean by that, Edgeworth? Are you saying the Blue Badger women are allowed to like the Blue Badger or something? I didn't think Edgeworth was so sexist.
My nemesis.
What in the... Why is she beating it up?
It's got the word badge right in his name. That's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And I think he's out there wandering around in this park. I better be careful. He's gonna arrest me by the power of his name alone.
I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. Citizen's arrest. This is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger, Kay?
Can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I've decided that thieves and the thievery need an image makeover.
Good luck with that one. This is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate.
Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter.
I suppose as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved.
Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now?
I suppose this is the Pink Badger? But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female?
I think so. I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are.
That's the only difference.
And the fact she's pink.
Yes, and
her lips are red. See? Lipstick.
What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? Oh, the bottom four are the exact same. Okay. So there's just 2 copies of each costume. But there is one left here, although I guess that's not relevant at the moment. There's some sort of name list by the looks of it. There's nothing unusual about this area. Wait, did I not...
That's not relevant? The people that come in here aren't relevant?
Okay, well, I guess it's time to start combining evidence here. I mean, what else would you use this key on? I guess it could be the door, but it was near the lockers.
Okay, I guess it's the door.
I'm kind of surprised. I guess I'll talk to you next. Oh, you have a question. Okay. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went?
Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone.
I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with 2 kidnappers here.
After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you.
I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot.
Oh, can we peer into the room the kidnappers were in from here? From there?
Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Yes, very suspicious-looking nooks and crannies here. Man, I can't see anything out of the ordinary in this room. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean that I can probably assume that these 2 rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. Oh, you think that's your ticket out, not the super obvious trap door in the floor? Is that what I think it is?
It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! Like a bunch of great thieves themselves.
No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. Outside placed by a hook, the entrance to an underground room? I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. Is that it? The chairs aren't suspicious. Oh, wait, what's this? There's a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold up a propped up floor panel in place. Which reminds me.
Did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth?
Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint into how we'll get out of here. Oh, I think I see what he's laying down. This is the beam I was tied to.
What's up?
I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over and out the window if we climbed this.
Good thinking. And if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me.
Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, Kay. And good luck.
Count on it. Maybe you should hang on to something? The great thief Yatagarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go!
Oh, that didn't sound good. As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing.
What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know.
I mean, you just seem so eager to try it. Thought you might enjoy the attempt. This hook on this beam.
You know, I already tried and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible.
I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, that it's here for a different purpose.
Really? Like what?
As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well.
Oh, I get it.
We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this tarp.
Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's hidden underneath. Now this is what I call a treasure.
Okay, well we already tried the lockers and tiny keys, so... Is it gonna be for this then?
Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure there.
The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom.
Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch.
Alright. This thing is locked down tight.
Aw, fiddlesticks.
It's okay. I will use facts and logic to open this entrance. I believe you're up, Kay.
Huh? Why me?
Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to.
Oh, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of those moments when you're about to uncover something big.
I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now.
Alright, I got the secret door open. And now... Whoa! You don't even know how deep that is! Holy shit! And the ladder's gone!
Are you alright? Kay!
I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all.
You didn't even use the ladder! Thank goodness she's alright. Thought it had a coronary.
There's a lot of really large machinery down here.
What about an exit?
It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. I can't believe that happened.
Only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know.
No way. I mean, how was I supposed to know the ladder was removable?
I don't know. Maybe by looking before you just jumped down there? You didn't even want to use the ladder. You just jumped. Don't blame the ladder. It's not its fault. Maybe we won't be going out that other way anyways. I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay.
Oh? So how are we gonna bust out?
Seems that your reckless actions were of use after all.
Are you actually praising me?
More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder.
The underground ladder? What about it?
This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down.
Oh, I see. If we use this...
Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers.
Well, then what are we waiting for?
Mystery solved!
Alright, now we can get out of here.
Yes, spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. What, is this the western section of the amusement park? Wild, Wild West area. Is Will Smith here? Wait, were we in there this whole time? It looks like it stopped raining for now.
Yeah, thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier.
Gumshoe, you're here. I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's, Count off! $100 people? Shifu! All 99 members are here and accounted for, sir. Oh? What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cups off like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a tool or a thief. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number one. Got it? Wow. I thought this guy was gonna be way scarier than that. He actually seems kinda nice. You are Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address Sir Shifu so rudely! Hung Shi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Zena! This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please, accept mine in return. You'll see that just now. That is the proper way for two people to show their respect. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life. Got it? Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Shangfa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, what exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor or two about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? But you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgewood? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, then no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Akby Hicks? Hicks was like a brother to me. So now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska in a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor. And way out of your league. No hard feelings. But you go on. Why don't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare to mock the court? I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth then doesn't need the likes of you distorting it today. He uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor. And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Alright, men. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed.
Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble. Understand?
Wait. Mr. Edgeworth. It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Let's take a look around first. Excuse me, if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I have to deal with this impasse for now. Guess we can't go back in there either. Even though we just kinda technically came out of there.
Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around.
I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity.
It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing.
Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more.
So, what are you going to do about your investigation into the kidnapping?
Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated.
Oh, come on, you can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go.
You're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation.
You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief. I'm the Yatagarasu. And as I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is after one and only one thing.
Mind telling me what that is? What is this one and only one thing you're after?
Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing. And that is the truth.
What? I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once the target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was set forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card in the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? That can't be. Can it? Do I have anything to present? I don't have like any of the other Yatagarasu stuff with me. Nope, okay. What's up, Gumshoe? Great job, detective. Sir! Losing sight of me and the kidnapper and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir! I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Wasn't he just like consoling with him about how Franziska probably cut his salary? but the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Should I prepare the 21 gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand. Why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? That I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda. So the question is, what is he after? Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask you about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that? That girl over there, I mean.
I'm Miss Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday.
What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me. It's been like that since, forever.
Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role.
Okay, see, now you can arrest her. She just admitted to committing a crime. How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we got a thief on the hand, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted and making sure she serves out her sentence. Oh, come on, it'll be fun, like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet. No way. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little Goyle. Oh. Is that the father of the kidnapped? Mr. Amano.
Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you returned.
For you, Amano, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office. And had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system.
No, no, no. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood.
Even though that he hit a killing that he did like, what is it, 20 years ago? 10 years ago? It was like 15 years ago. You don't have like any ill thoughts towards the man?
If you ever want to go overseas again, you only ask. I can use my company's Visa Fast Network to send you anywhere at any time.
So who's the old man? He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano.
Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please. I miss my poor boy dearly.
I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano.
Hold on there. Then, what happened to all that money?
I believe the 1 million has been stolen and that the culprits are now on the run.
What?
Poor old man. Don't you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Give me Amano. Do I? What would I possibly give him? Hey, you want this, like, costume that I found?
That looks to be something with quite a bit of value. But then, all things have some value attached to them. Only by probing deep into the unknown can we become true winners in this world, Miles.
Thanks, but knowledge isn't what's going to make me a winner here. It's information. I guess not. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time.
Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Hey, look me, Daddy.
I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano.
You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages.
It's incredibly moving.
I wish I had recorded him saying that.
Definitely should have recorded that conversation. But not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. If this guy's friends with the great Karma, you'd think he would know a thing or two about recording phone calls, especially when a kidnapping's involved. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again?
How would telling you about Lance help you get him back?
Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior.
Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He's very much like me when I was his age. Kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him.
Is there anything else about him you noticed of late?
Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver.
Your butler?
Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon.
Wait. That's not the same butler, is it?
He's been with our family for years now. Gets along so well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is.
Wait. Was it Lance that was from whatchamacallit? Which case was that? Was that 2-4? That wasn't Lance, was it? Okay, I knew the name Amano sounded familiar. Mr. Amano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon?
As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He even took a brief leave of recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him.
So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and friends?
They say he hadn't seen him. I tried everything I could think of, Miles.
Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. It's even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I'd better keep in mind. No, it can't be the same person. I'm probably thinking of someone else. I actually can't remember. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authorities to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by, twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Armano, it was my fault that the culprits escaped. Which is why, with your blessing, I vowed to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy.
Alright, well, what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating.
You think I'm listening to you, pal? Forget it. Well, as long as their little spat doesn't get in the way of our investigation. So what's we examine first? Thanks, Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here only until very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there. Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off, I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile. All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way. I'm not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? Not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good. Now let's go. Goodbye, Gumshoe. Well, I got just this job for someone like you. He's probably gonna have to, like, stand guard outside the front entrance of the amusement park all day.
Well, that was exciting.
Hey.
What? Can't you tell I'm all ready to get down to some detective work?
You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you.
Oh, come on. I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me?
I don't recall offering you the position.
Why'd you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back.
You're the only one asserting that.
Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yaragarasu way.
You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about.
Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented Assistant K is going to tag along no matter what you say.
Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. Might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Fine, you can come along. Oh, look! It's probably the Boo Badger that tried to kill me. Of course, as I paint on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme.
Looks so lifelike, don't you think?
Are you thinking of wrangling, or rather stealing them?
If you can coax them out of there, then sure. Come on, I know you can sweet talk them out.
I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. I wasn't trying to, you know, talk to the painting. I was trying to talk to you. Can we, like, not listen to this music ever again? Especially after that case?
Hey, it's the Blue Badger! Badger, get!
Wouldn't it be better if you took a picture from, like, I don't know, the front? I really don't understand why she's so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw? Guess he's on the clock. He's doing that contorted, wriggling dance again. Aha!
You've uncovered my undercover identity, sir. I was to remain under that head, sir.
Aren't you Officer Meekins?
Sir! Mike Meekins, reporting for duty, sir.
This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing that I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. So I think we can pretty much confirm by this point that 1-5 is 100% canon, right?
Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth?
I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? Officer Meekins, are you standing here wasting time?
Sir, because I am not a police officer right now, sir, I'm the Blue Badger. And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. That's never a waste of time, sir. I have a dream to become as big of a detective as Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling this scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled that the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed on over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy to anyone.
It seemed that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit?
Sir, that's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir.
I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics.
To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir, it's such an honor.
Well, did you see anything? How long have you been standing here, officer?
Sir, for about 1 little hour, sir.
That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious.
And I've been here ever since, sir.
That's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping.
But, however, sir, I must tell you that I didn't see a thing, sir.
I haven't asked you anything yet, officer.
No. But I know you will, sir.
He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements.
Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir. And getting into it, too. I patrolled the park all while wearing this costume. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone blue badger.
You sure you weren't looking into a mirror? What you said just now is contradictory to the facts.
How so, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts.
So he said he was... Haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. Okay. What do we present? Do we present a person? The kidnapper? Oh, we don't have the kidnapper's profile. Well, what about you? Oh, I can't present profiles? Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't present profiles, I guess. Well, we got a map of the park. I don't think that's really gonna help us right now. Oh, right, this.
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement.
Sir, of course, sir. If that's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait.
You said that you saw a blue badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw is not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to only have one of each badger in it at any given time.
I mean, couldn't it just stand to reason that maybe he's the extra badger? Because he doesn't really work at this park after all.
Which means that as long as you are the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premise.
What? Sir? And that would mean that there are 2 blue badgers walking around, but why? I'm guessing you're also not going to let me through.
It's a set of tire tracks originating from the garage.
So that means a car left from the garage at some time, right?
Correct. But for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. 3 treads. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here.
No, okay. Understandable. Unfortunate, but understandable. So we have costumes and a second blue badger. There's only supposed to be 1 blue badger in the park, but a second was spotted. Costumes of badger family kept in the isolation room. Yeah, there's like
an exceedingly large amount of costumes missing from those boxes. Second blue badger that should exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is.
Oh, I know. It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person wore a costume to get away.
It's not a bad theory. Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are
a blue badger, a proto badger, and a bad badger.
So the bad badger could have been the one that actually took Edgeworth back to that building, since there was a hat sitting there. Yes, those three.
So there are 3 phony badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh?
Well, that doesn't really help us at the moment. We already talked to you, apparently. Yeah, that's right, we did. Okay. Footprints?
Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here.
I remember hearing rainfall out here while I was being held in there.
Yep, it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground is already pretty much dried up.
I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples.
You know what? I bet if we followed them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes.
I don't think it'll be that easy.
Why not?
Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers.
Oh, that's true. We don't know what kinds of shoes they were wearing.
I'm surprised, like, everyone's footprints that's been walking around here this whole time haven't been messing them up.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there one of those things you tie horses to?
Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment.
Aw, I think I was hoping I'd get to ride one.
You know how to ride a horse?
Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse.
Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. If we can even call it logic.
If these are real, I wonder what you'd put in them.
What makes a barrel not real? Water would be the obvious answer.
If you stored water in a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad?
I mean, on some level, she's not wrong. Stale water is a thing. And it doesn't taste great, but water is water. It's not gonna go bad. I don't know what you're putting in your water that's making it go bad. People of that period probably didn't care how it tasted.
Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like the strange taste.
Look who's making fun of them now. Oh, a cactus. That's very important to this case, right?
Look, there's a blurb about the cactus here. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gay Waterland from the local police precinct.
Can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place.
So is the police department running a cactus farm on the side? Just kidding. They wouldn't do something so silly.
Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. Someone was definitely running a farm of some sort in that place. Are we supposed to talk to you again? Well, it says we're done with that. Do we talk to... I'm gonna talk to him anyways. Maybe there's evidence we give him? I don't see why there would be. Can we present that? Would that help at all? No, okay. But he's only pretending to not know anything, so that means he actually does know something. But I guess he's not gonna talk. Okay, who are we supposed to talk to then? Can we go in here? We can't go anywhere. Oh, what's this?
I got you now, vile criminals.
I'd like to think the kidnappers would have better sense than trying to hide in these.
Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think the criminals would be hiding here right in front of 2 officers.
I certainly hope not. It would be pretty funny if they were just sitting there this entire time. I don't think I had any, Oh, these have to go together. Yeah, that makes sense. I forgot I had 2. I thought I only had 1 piece of, logic to work with. It's like looking around for a second one. Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, Those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning.
You mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right?
Yes. More than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers.
Okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting.
Well, that should make it very easy to follow then. Assuming we can find footprints.
So we're looking for footprints made by a costume. Hey, I think I found them. There's 2 sets here.
They both do look like possible candidates.
This says walking off to the west. It just stops. Can't make heads or tails of where it's headed from here.
Well, yeah, because there's no more dirt. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium.
I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east.
Maybe if it was heading towards the stadium, maybe that's how they were following him and like tracking him when he was walking around with the suitcase.
Huh?
I can't believe Meekins was a kidnapper this whole time.
Quick, Edgeworth. I've got him. I got one of the culprits.
No, I'm not a kidnapper, sir. Down, K. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume.
Aha! So maybe they came over to his garage for something.
That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage.
Sir. Roger Wilco, sir.
Is that part of the mural, or is that like a crack in the garage door? Let's open the shutter and see what we find.
Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. Oh! Okay. Yeah. Sure. Why not?
What in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Nothing. Who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Amano, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he is my butler. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. Why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Langhurst's men return. Hey, that looks kind of like the same horse that was on that piece of evidence from the first case in this game. And the gun, too. Kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage. And right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? I was almost wondering if maybe one of the kidnappers was a murderer, but sure, yeah, victim's possible too. I feel like it's less likely that the kidnapper's a murder victim, considering this guy is not in costume. Like, did they just undress the man before stabbing him? Because like, if those footprints were his, then it'd stand to reason that he was in costume walking into this thing. Although I guess they don't necessarily have to be his. He could have been dragged along by one of the kidnappers, or maybe he was waiting in here for some reason. By cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. Victor is Oliver Deacon. Seems he was shot dead.
You sure call for someone who just found a body.
It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I mean, it's also kind of in his job description, so I feel like he's probably just used to looking at bodies for his entire career. Let's see. As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder.
So that means he was shot twice?
No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound. That's a very strange... What? Is that even possible? Like, I'm trying to think how that would work. Like, you'd have to, like, really stick it up. Like, we're talking a really strange angle here. Would it even go far enough? I feel like there's enough stuff in there for a bullet to get stopped in that distance.
Nice. I knew you could figure it out.
Comes with experience. I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity. Okay, clearly this guy was probably not killed here then. So it doesn't necessarily mean that he was one of the kidnappers. But possibly. I mean, there was precedence for him to be a kidnapper for sure. This is an unusually shaped pendant.
What is it? Is it something valuable?
She seems to have regained some of her composure.
It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it, and it's really pretty. Hold on, this is made of platinum silver. Nice. It is worth something after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin Devore. It's a name.
Colin Devore? This man's name is... Anything else here that's worth noting before we deduce? Now can we present a name? No, we still can't present a profile. Victim's Oliver Deacon though. So it's not his pendant. Something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. The name on the pendant is Colin Devore. Wait, that's just an anagram of Oliver Deacon. You can't fool me. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Maybe one of the two is like some sort of cover name? Surely the fact that it's an anagram is like something that they expected you to realize. Oh, who's this? Well, they got the entire family coming down here looking for the kidnappee. Excuse me, but you are... Huh?
Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Stop it, Lauren.
Is she wearing like a ring pop? Looks like strawberry flavor.
You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with... Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh?
Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance?
Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Lauren Pops.
Oh, it is a ring pop! I was joking! It's actually a ring pop! Oh my god, it's a ring pop. His girlfriend.
Oh, it's nothing like that. We're more like friends and, not lovers or anything.
Would your friend buy you that strawberry ring pop before you got kidnapped?
Well, we haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance.
Wait. Does she not realize that's just a ring pop? I mean, she's licking it. Does she think all rings taste good?
You know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character.
What kind of cartoons are you watching? May I inquire as to why you are here?
I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to get really worried. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. You really are really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped?
No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true.
Oh, Lance. I can barely believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here?
Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. Oh, look who's back. My men brought me up to speed over the radio. I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey, you, waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect, now. Suspect? Who? Oh, it's Meekins! I can't believe he'd done it! Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us. What? Sir, I had nothing to do with it, sir. Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? I leave that kind of stuff to you, prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That is how you eliminate crime from the streets. That is also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny. I would allow for such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. I've sworn to uphold the laws of this land. I cannot allow you to take this man in. But you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of the law enforcement? You! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it! You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Yang Xi says, every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. Yeah, I want to see his line of logic. Why is he so adamant to call Meekins a murderer? I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance. But even you'll figure that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. What do you mean? What? This is America? It's like easy as fuck to get a gun? I don't know what you're talking about. Where you come from, maybe it's harder, but where you are right now, that's just not a true statement. Not unless you're a member of the law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? What kind of weird, fucked up America is this? That is your reasoning. Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment. What's this philosophy of detainment? Ha! You don't know. In that case, pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, Lang means wolf. You don't mess with me or my pack. As for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor Rang Xi. I think I've heard of him in his teachings if he's that famous. How much you want to bet this guy's not Interpol and he's actually a kidnapper? Rang Xi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Shangfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. Thousands of years ago? What makes a story about as believable as a fairy tale? Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? So his logic is just some ancient scroll he has lying around. Good. This should be easy.
Hold it.
So what can you tell me about the body? A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy. Oh, then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct?
Hold it.
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion. Don't pat yourself on the back yet. What's that supposed to mean?
Rangxi says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths. Which is the killer?
Is that right? And what would you know about the killer?
Hold it!
It would appear you've studied a little of our laws.
Studied? Who needs to study when every child in any street corner already knows? It's that... Tina! The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. That's it. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it is not easy to get a gun these days.
Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information.
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you?
As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here.
Oh?
Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired.
How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time?
That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation.
Power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapons, correct?
Thanks for reminding me. Hey, you! Show me your gun!
Oh. What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden?
Gun! What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir! I lost my gun, sir!
How could you be so irresponsible? Doesn't that make him, like, indirectly responsible for the crime? Like, isn't that a thing? You lose your gun as a law officer and, like, you are also kind of in trouble? Because, especially if your gun was involved in a murder?
In the end, it looks like you are still only the suspect still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited out here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim.
So you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny.
Hold it!
You mean to tell me that the murder occurred here, in this garage?
From the fact that the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found, I'd say that it's pretty obvious that this is the crime scene. Rangxi says, a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Hey, finally, a quote even I've heard of before. Furthermore, Rangxi says...
Oh, he doesn't remember. Has to remind himself. Yeah, this man's like a big fan of this Rangxi's teachings and all that, and you can't even remember them all.
Successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene.
Looks like neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of a detainment can lead you to.
I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself on the line for Mr. Meekins?
Not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins.
What?
But I simply can't stand by while Agent Lang ignores our country's laws. Shi Long Rang. So what sort of investigator are you? Okay, well, we know which one's the wrong one here. Yeah, this one. Bullet enters abdomen, exits through his shoulder. We should have something here about it. Like, we know it couldn't have happened here because there's no blood, right? I wish the victim in his garage had killed him here with his gun. But he lost his gun, so how did he do that? Okay, never mind. I guess this isn't it. Remember, law enforcement like Officer Meekins, yeah. You can't get a gun unless you're police. Say he was shot in a single glance. Well, I think we determined that was true, right? Bullet entered his abdomen and exited through his shoulder. Yeah. So that's correct. Ambushed the victim in his garage and killed him here with his gun. This feels like the correct statement, I'm just not sure. they don't really have a whole lot of evidence here. Like, the only things that are relevant are the horse and the body, but... Oh, we get this, though. Oh, okay, I didn't realize this was the autopsy report. Well, okay, part of an autopsy report, the unupdated one. I'm sure Edgeworth is seething right now. Preliminary findings indicate loss of blood resulting from a gunshot wound. Entry points, exit points. Despite the fact that the final bullet went clean through the body, is very... Okay, here we go. This is it. Okay. This is the information I wanted. So, yep, this is the right statement. That's the right piece of info. There you go. Read 'em and weep. Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible.
What do you mean?
You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? So you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because if this isn't the crime scene, and if it was your man who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to get the record straight.
Not bad. I can see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that Officer was hanging around here in the first place?
Weird? How so?
Hey, you! The squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk.
But sir, I really did take a walk, sir.
You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly?
Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something?
Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir. Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir.
Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened.
Sir, not you too.
It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams to the Blue Badgermobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this Blue Badgermobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir.
So the Blue Badgermobile is just a roaming souvenir shop?
Mobile shop on 3 wheels was parked inside the Wild Wild West area garage.
Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant.
Seems rather worked up. Even more than his usual hyperactive self.
He sure seems sure of what he's saying.
Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer?
Sir! Roger, sir.
Is that the Blue Badgermobile parked behind him? So that means he was probably doing his job, or his undercover job. Drove it here and then he ended up here and then he just stood around?
Hold it!
Alright then. Where were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the main gate, sir.
Must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain.
Okay then. Why are you here in the Wild Wild West area?
That's because... It's because of a very deep reason, ma'am.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation.
Yes, sir. Well, first, I made sure there was no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. What would you expect when you're dressed like the Blue Badger? I had no choice at that point, sir. So
you just decided to keep wandering off and go look for the kidnappers. What exactly do you mean by selling dreams?
Sir, the Blue Badgermobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweet is like you've never known except in dreams, ma'am. Like innocence drops. What is he selling, snake oil? To kids?
Essential oils. Sold directly in this theme park. You heard it here first.
Forbidden is found only in nightmares, ma'am. Like guilty jawbreakers. Selling those as I push the Blue Badgermobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am.
Hold it!
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers.
No, sir. Of course not, sir. I would never do something like that, sir.
He totally forgot to look for the kidnappers.
You're absolutely right. Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth. To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony.
Yes, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way over here?
I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir.
What?
I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks. And before I knew it, the good old drop kick. I just dealt my fair share of those when I was a kid.
Are you not still a kid?
It was always the best way when you felt one really connected with your opponent.
In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation.
Sir! That's right, sir.
That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. It sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there's one flaw in Officer Meekin's story. I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans.
So he wasn't assigned to this area. Told to check the main gate. Went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badgermobile, but then he forgot about doing that part and just ended up being the Blue Badger.
Hold it!
Oops, I didn't mean to do that again. I meant to press left. Also, I'm looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badgermobile. Do we have anything? Okay, let's take a look at the map. Maybe the map is something? Well, the main gate's down there. He said he was looking by the fountain. I mean, there's not really anything that contradicts the idea of him not ending up in Wild Wild West. Completely caught up my role selling dreams to the children. So I'll check every square inch in the main gate area. So, okay. What information do we have about the Blue Badgers? There's only one of each. But we already established that earlier with him. I don't think this is relevant in any way. Oh, we have the Blue Badgermobile. It's parked in the garage. Right, yeah, okay. I forgot we had this piece of evidence. Let's see. Selling dreams in the Blue Badgermobile. Is it this one then?
Objection!
Yeah, it is, okay.
Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies.
Sir? I'm lying, sir?
Yes, you are. If you're really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badgermobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage?
Actually, I had just lost track, sir.
Lost track of what?
By the time I realized it, the Blue Badgermobile was nowhere to be found, sir. So, not only did you lose your gun, not only did you not do your job of looking for the kidnapper, you even lost your vehicle. It's a good... They're gonna fire you from the amusement park and you don't even work here.
Do you mean it was perhaps stolen?
That's when I came back to this area thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
A likely story. Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that? And what exactly is so convenient about his story? The car getting stolen. It's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used all right to move the dead body.
What?
You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins. And then you used the Blue Badgermobile to transport it all the way here.
Now then, you're coming with me.
But it wasn't me! Sir, it's the killer! Sir, it wasn't me, sir!
Agent Lang, wait. What do you want now?
You still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth.
I told you. Truth, Smith. I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy course with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon.
Oh, he was ready to throw hands.
I think you need to leave.
What?
We need to get the body to autopsy and you guys are getting in the way.
You would interfere with another one of my investigations.
Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice.
Damn. He said the words. You can't possibly fight those words. Well, seems like it's going to be a very interesting case. But I think we will save the rest for next time because I don't know how long this case is actually going to be. I'm wondering how long these cases will end up becoming. Considering, like, this isn't a full-on visual novel, but I still expect Case 5 to be like some 3, 4, 5 hour endeavor. But that's where we'll quit today. We got through a pretty decent chunk. There will be more of this next week. Hopefully we can at least get through this episode by the end of next part. But I don't think I'll start episode 4 because we'll otherwise be on a cliffhanger for like an entire month. So there will be at least one more part of this before October streams start up. But otherwise, that will be it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow with a rhythm game that hopefully I have all set up and ready to go. I spent most of today making sure it was going to work, especially after the issues that we had with the PS2 recording. But this isn't on PS2, so it should be fine. I'm pretty sure that was just a PS2 incompatibility with my setup. So that'll be tomorrow. Minecraft will still be Friday, and Monday will be the continue of Astrobot, which I'm hoping to finish up next Monday. If not, we'll finish up the week after, but I'm hoping to finish it up next week. So in the meantime, thank you all for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.